At least the sounds of my breathing is going through. I'm sounding loud. I wonder if I'm sounding too loud. Well, we're at 250% amplification on the microphone. So, and everyone I know is asleep who would watch my stream anyhow, so. All right, well, let's see how we sound over there on good old YouTube. Well, sounded okay, I think. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go ahead and mute those on down. All right. Now it's time for the formal introduction. Hello! Welcome to the stream. I am NoC. This is NoC is Gaming. It is a late night start. It's 20 to 11. Yeah, I had lots of evening stuff I had to take care of, family and real life stuff, so it just picking people up from the airport, talking about the trip, eating food, that sort of thing. So, this is where we are now. And because it's so late, I have no clue what to stream. I mean, I want to stream something. I just want to stream something. Part of me just wants to dig up and hook up my my Diablo 2 and just dive back into the headache that's Diablo 2. The frustrating headache of Diablo 2 and its inability for you to actually get anything ever that you need in order to advance. Diablo 2. But still, it's fun on the lower levels where you can just go through and fight and kill things. I really wanted to get back in sometime and play the Necromancer, because the Necromancer gets to summon the Iron Golems. And probably everyone knows this by now, but if you raise an Iron Golem, you raise an Iron Golem off of some metal equipment, it gains some of the attributes. But if you raise it off of magical metal equipment, it gets the magical attributes that go with it as well. At least it used to. There's lots of things that the characters used to be able to do, and they can't anymore because someone thought they were too imbalanced. Case in point, the Amazon. The Amazon used to kick butt when Diablo 2 first came out. But then, she didn't. One of the problems is that one of the primary defensive skills, which I think was either dodge or evade, got you stuck into a lock where all you could do is stand there and dodge and evade until something finally slipped through your dodge and evade and kept hitting you and kill you. Case in point was going down into the temples, I think it was, on Act 3. Kurast. And those big hairy Sasquatch things just surrounding you and like trying to hit you. And instead of being able to attack and do that that area affected spear attack you just sat there and you just kept dodging and dodging and dodging and dodging and dodging. So that made using a spear very hard, or just not using dodge, but you still have to put 1 point into it before you can progress along to other more necessary skills. And the other problem, the greatest thing of the Boazon, was that you could combine the piercing arrow with the guided arrow, and you would shoot it. and it would pierce through the target, turn around, come back through, pierce through the target, come back through, and just keep zoom, 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 zoom. And eventually, one or two hit. You fire like 4 or 5 of those things off, and it's just like, and mind you, this is their high end level thing. And of course, they nerf that, so they don't combine anymore. And having played a newer version, Spirazon, which is pretty much what you had to do, or Boson, is just, it didn't work. I went up to a hell level, Nightmare Than Hell level, and for the life of me, I could not get through the Rogue Fortress. And part of it, the equipment reason was, is I couldn't find good enough equipment. I could not find good enough runes to make good enough equipment. I could not find good enough equipment with the proper rune slots in order to make the good enough equipment. And because everything was so random and everything, so I just started muling everything. And then there's a program called Atma. Rex, hey, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Chatting about Diablo 2 here before I get started. And so I just, the program called Atma, and you can just like pull all of your inventories into one massive inventory and then access it and distribute it out. And did that for like collecting up the runes, because you couldn't find the big runes that you need in order to make the gear. You had to build it all from like your first tier runes, and it is a horrible, horrible cascade, just trying to find gear that works, gear that would do things. So, but still, I have the urge. I have the urge just to play Diablo 2 again, just for the factor of running around and slaughtering things. That's all. Yeah. Catweasel got me into talked me into assigning and trying out Path of Exile. It's okay. It kind of reminds me of Diablo 2, just kind of the setup and things. It kind of reminds me of that. I've been playing it a little. Just in, I'm bored, I need to go kill things sort of thing. I'm only like level 18. I've just made it through the prison. I've just wrapped up the ghost shipyard. I'm going after the siren or whatever she is. But in truth, I have nothing invested in it other than just enjoying shooting things with my bow. There's it's got some limitations. I hear they fix some of them in Path of Exile too, but still playing Path of Exile. Occasionally I log in. Oh, okay, that must be you. I gave you a hello back, Rex. Down there in the chat channel. There we are in the general channel. So right now all I can see is an R. But yeah, hey, well, anyhow, welcome to the Discord chat. Discord. There's a poll going on right now about what game to take over to the Thursday tonight slot. Now that I've wrapped up Grim Dawn. So if you want to go and throw a vote in, go ahead. Lots changed in 5 years in Minecraft. Lots of updates. Yeah, opening up the Mojang account's always difficult. Wait a minute, did you transfer your Mojang account over? Because, they got bought by Microsoft and everything. Did you transfer it over? Because if you haven't, I don't think it's accessible anymore. Because they did this whole thing of like, yeah, get over here, change it over, get everything into doing it. Because once we do it, it's all locked out and gone. You can never get back in, and it's all gone, bye-bye, things like that. So I'm sorry. I mean, you can try and contact Mojang if you have like your email and your passwords and things like that, and see if they can manually do something for you. But I think they really they like extended it and they extended it and they extended it. And of course I joined after they started doing that. So that was one of the things I didn't have to deal with. I just had to deal with setting up a Microsoft account. The horror of setting up a Microsoft account. Oh, but yeah, so Did you do Bedrock or Java? So, because I'm doing Java. I don't. Smeezy says there's things to do to set up a server. I might set up a Minecraft server sometime, and we can play Minecraft. I do. Okay, cool. Thanks, Java. Okay, Java, cool. Yeah, about once every month or so, I want to kind of like do a collab night when most of the viewers around will get on and we'll take turns playing. Playing something like if we're doing like Genshin Impact. Hopefully this doesn't cause any problems. Okay, good. Doing Genshin Impact, and then we'll get together. We'll go do different things, and then some people will log off and others will log in. So might do something that for Minecraft. Though I'd probably want to do a hosted server. No offense to everyone, I don't want people coming onto my computer. Sorry, just no. I'm an old computer person, and I know the certain rules and laws of computers, and it's like don't let other people on your computer. If you're going to build a server, you build it separate from the rest of your system. So, but those are different things. I make announcements for that. So let me see what Smeezy is up to anyhow. What's he doing? No, Smeezy's over here someplace. Smeezy he's probably sleeping. He probably has to open tomorrow. Let's go back over here. Let's look at the poll. Let's see what are the results. Ooh, got to vote for the Outer Worlds. Okay, cool. Trying to get more people to come on and do the voting. So far it's hard. Yeah, I mean, if it was a private thing for friends or something, then yeah. But no, I don't. I wouldn't want to. So yeah, no, you and I are like minds on that. So tonight's an off night. Like I said, one of these games is going to take tonight's slot. Once we figure out what we're going to do, I did do a preview play of the Outer Worlds, Darksiders, and I have played Death Stranding in the past. So if you're not, you voted for the Outer Worlds, so I'm assuming you know what they are. But if you want to see what Darksiders and Death Stranding look like, you can go into my playlists and stuff, and you'll see videos for them. Go into my lives. You'll find Death Stranding and Darksiders. I haven't done a Subnautica. Because Subnautica is one of those games that as soon as it starts, you have to really dive into it. There's depending on what path you want to take. So I haven't done. I might if no one's had a taste of Subnautica yet, I might do a non-committal dive in. But so far, it hasn't seemed like I've needed it. So. And just to check, how's my sound coming through? Because there's been different discussions about how my voice is coming through, and probably what sound Minecraft is making. So we're gonna dive back into the Pale World. Great, thank you. Thank you. Good to know. All right. Okay, cool. Good. Yeah, no, I was listening to last night's stream, and the first part of it, I sounded very. I had like a electronic distortion in the back, and I couldn't tell if that was from me, from having the microphone amped up so high, because other people have said that it's low, or because the room had all the fans going in here to help cool it down. So, and that was just adding more sound, but because the night before it sounded okay, and then later on through the stream it got better. So, always something I'm checking on to make sure. I want to do something. I want to empty some of my inventory here is what I want to do. I should have an empty box down here someplace. An empty box. Okay. What do I want to get rid of here? Get rid of that. Get rid of the diamonds. Get rid of the sticks for the moment. I'm not going to need the shears. I'm not going to need the bed. Yes, 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 and yes. Okay. I'm going to need all that. Yes, yes. I really need to make another ender. I need to make another ender chest. Ender pearls. Let's see. I have ender. That's what I need. An eye of ender. Give me an eye of ender. Let me see. What else does it take to make an ender chest? It's been a while since I've made one. I set one down at one of the nether portals out there on the ocean, and then I forgot it. So there's a nether portal island out there with um with an ender chest sitting on it. Okay. There we go. Obsidian. That's what I need. That's what I'm missing is the great obsidian. Do I have any obsidian left? I've only got 2 obsidian. Okay. I'm going to have to work on making obsidian again. So in the meantime, we'll put those there. I know what I'm going to do, but there's been a lot of maintenance I haven't been looking at lately. Not that I've been around for it to happen, but I still like to take a look as this is pretty close to spawn. So automatic things will keep going. So let's go take a quick look and see how things are going down there. Go down here first. Okay. Good. Drip points are growing. Vines are growing. Good. If I brought the shears, I'd collect them up, but I didn't bring the shears. Vines have grown. I'm going to have to harvest these and get some fresh ones growing. No, I'm not. I'm trying to build. This is a single biome world. This is the world of the Pale Garden. The Pale Garden is, see all that? That's the Pale. That's the Pale Garden. It's it's kind of a spooky, scary place. And I decided to build the entire world. I made the entire world out of this. And the other thing that's this is from one of the mini hubs, and what those are is that's showing me the light levels of the blocks. I just turned them off. You're not going to see them on this because these are bottom half slabs to keep things from spawning. But let me find something with top half slabs. See, I'll turn them back on. Yeah. So that's the light of the blocks. Good for telling where things might spawn, and also good for generally setting up your light for your farm. Yeah, so yeah, I do a lot of farming and stuff, so I was just like, yeah, I need this. I must have this. This is necessary. Actually, I never noticed them on top of all this. I should make sure there's no zeros on top of all this. There are no zeros. Okay, that's good. So yeah, it does look like that. Yeah. Turn that back off. So the trouble with the pale world is that there's one wood type. That's it. Pale oak. The pale garden has several features to it. One, it's silent. There's, not like it has one kind of, I don't even think it has music. There's eerie sounds in it. And at night, the trees generate what they call the creeping, which is this kind of wood thing that it stands still while you're looking at it, but you turn away, then it rushes up and attacks you. So those spawn, and then the only other things that spawn are your standard mobs, your skeletons, your zombies, your spiders, your creepers, pillagers, witches, and the wandering trader. That's it. Nothing spawns in the water. So that's what it all looks like. And all this particle stuff, this is all part of the Pale Garden. Everything is considered the Pale Garden. There's no other biome. It is. It's kind of horror movie-esque. But there is nothing else out there. There is nothing else. There are no jungle temples. There are no villages. There are no underwater ruins. There's no underwater temples. There's no shipwrecks. There's no treasures. There's no ancient cities. So none of it. There's nothing else is out there except for this. And trial chambers, which is a 1.21 inclusion. Oh, and mines. There's mines. There's trial chambers and mines. So that's about the only thing that spawns. Now, they fixed it in 121.5 and made it so that because the Pale Gardens are made out of the Pale Oak, and the Pale Oak is like a Dark Oak, they've made it now so that woodland mansions will spawn in them as well, which is cool, which is what I was hoping for to begin with. So I have to update it to 1.21.5 if I want to run into that. But I've done a lot in this area, so I'll have to travel far for them. But that'd be cool. So it's kind of it's set to hard mode. It's a survival game, so everything here I've had to harvest up. So there's no bees, no sheep, no cows, no pigs, no chickens, no dolphins, no squid. There are glow squid, but no squid. None of that stuff. You can fish, and you can fish up fish, but you won't see any like fish mobs swimming around. So everything here I've had to get, I've had to work for. So I had to use the mechanics of the game, which made it kind of cool. Like I wanted bees so that way I could make honeycomb. And if you spawn oak trees and birch, no pig, oak tree and birch, then beehives may randomly spawn on it. So this is my first beehive. And then once I did that enough and I got enough wax and everything from it, no horses. No horses either. Nothing. So then I made myself a much larger bee farm. Perhaps too large. Yeah, I could still do that. It doesn't have to be taken apart. I could still turn. I want to. This entire side does honeycomb. This entire side does honey bottles. So this is the crafter. If you've not been keeping up, this is one of the new inventions. It'll you can preset it up based off of the number of slots the crafting table pattern uses, and then when those appropriate things go in, it'll automatically craft it and then spit it out. So this is set up just to turn suck in honey bottles and turn them into honey blocks. So, and this is the field. Poppies, because I was able to get iron golems, and they produced a lot of poppies. The danger of the Pale Garden is their flowers are toxic to bees. If a bee tries to get pollen from it, it'll kill them. And this is the other thing I wanted to go check on while we're here. How's this all doing? Oh, it's almost full again. Okay. I'm producing a massive amount of honeycomb. Massive. So I want to cut the honeycomb down and increase the amount of honey bottles that I'm producing. Have to do that sometime. Oh, and phantoms. The game also spawns phantoms. It spawns everything that is not limited to an environment. So you don't see any of the sea creatures and stuff spawning because they're set to spawn inside different ocean biomes. But there are no ocean biomes. There's only the Pale Garden. So, and then the Nether is just the Nether. So the Nether is just the Nether, and we're able to go into that, and we're able to get Nether things. So, and then the Wandering Trader is able to get things from buy pumpkin seeds, buy melon seeds. There is grass, and you can get grass seeds, and I bought beets from him for some reason. I don't know why. And then I found a zombie dungeon spawner, and I turned that into a small XP farm, but I used it primarily to get carrots and potatoes from them, because there's no carrots and potatoes out there in the world. And then well, what else did I do? I captured a chicken from a chicken jockey. Chicken jockey it was very difficult, but I caught him, and I collected up his eggs, and I did it enough until I was able to get some chickens going here. There we go. And that's how I brought chickens into the world. And the skeleton horses, well, that happened on one of the first few days, and the lightning bolt struck underneath my house, so they were all down there, and the skeletons stuck their heads inside the neth rack and suffocated to death, and I got skeleton horses. So this is a chicken freezer cooker. I just do the freeze. Yeah, for new players, new viewers, I'll go through, and when I have this up, I'll just give a quick review of what's going on here. This is the course line. So I had to cheat to build this because there is no powdered snow in the Pale Garden. There is no powdered snow. And I've been wanting to build one of these things for a long while, and I built it, and I'm like, wait, where am I going to get powdered snow? And there's no getting powdered snow. Now, villagers, like I said, there's no villages, but you can get villagers the old-fashioned way, curing zombies. Curing the zombie villagers. I think I got a couple over here. Oh, I have so many things over here. I have to be careful. I have to wait for things to despawn because I don't want them accidentally killing my zombie villager. But that's how I got my villagers, is I cured them all from every villager in there. Well, one of the first... What happened over there? Saw something. Yeah, okay, that's just thing. One of the first villagers I cured, there's rotting luck, was a nitwit. Of all my luck, he was a nitwit. So I waited for another one, and I bred him, and then I bred them up, and I created an iron farm. And that's where I got my poppies. And occasionally I got other types of flowers from the Wandering Trader, but he doesn't sell very many, and you can't just bone meal the ground of the Pale Garden and get flowers. You can, but you only get eye blossoms, which is the only flower available, in the Pale Garden. All right, that's not too bad. That's... So once again, this is another feature of the auto crafter. There it is right there. The iron bricks go in there. The iron bars go in there. When you get 9, it produces an iron block. Over there, I'm just doing composting of the poppies. When we get 9 bone meal, becomes a bone meal block. So just simple resources. Had to get the needed the ice for the funnel system. Had to get that from the wandering trader. So the wandering trader, normally annoying, not in this world. Necessary, a necessary function of the world. One time I thought, hey, if I got Frostwalker boots, I could freeze the water and get the ice from that. Well, turns out Frostwalker doesn't turn blocks into ice. I wasted a lot of time and resources trying to get a villager who would make and sell me that. Very disappointed. So that's it. And then currently I have I got a butcher, I got a Fletcher, and I got a masonry. I've got a fisherman who I'm not very happy with because he won't buy my cod. So, and then I got three farmers over there. And spawn was someplace, I spawned in someplace, I want to say right there. They just came out with a new update that has brought in more copper. They call it the Age of Copper, and it's got more. Well, the trial chamber, which we'll be going to in a minute, because I've turned one into a base. Already did a lot with tuff. They made a full range on the tuff bricks. On tuff, so you could make it into bricks, make it into stairs, make it into slabs, polished. I mean, that spot right here, 16-second delay, so I'm going to wait for your reply. This particular place right here is because I believe my spawn-in spot was... I didn't spawn at 0, 0 because that's out in the water, but I think I spawned in... I want to say either there or here, and everything is covered in the Pale Garden. So, and it has low enough light levels in there that it will spawn during the day zombies, skeletons, creepers, and spiders. So it's a very dangerous place. And I spawned in quick. And as you can see, it's always kind of hazy overhead. And so you don't have a lot of time. And when I spawned in, I quickly took a look at my situation. And what I saw over there was an isolated, ruined nether portal, netherrack island. Completely free of anything in the Pale Garden. So I went over there and made that my base because it was completely isolated from the dangers of the land. So that's why you can kind of see the size of it. You know, it's like netherrack out to here. So this is about the area of it. It's kind of, you can see some of it hanging down over there, and some of it hanging. So it was a moderately sized island with a nether portal, which eventually I could put back together and use to get into the nether. And it was isolated from the dangers of the land. So it made, to me, it made sense. I had also been playing, I had been doing another world last year, which was called Island Survival. And you spawned on a small island, and you couldn't go onto land any further. If you went onto land or shore, you had to make sure you could always see the water. Once you couldn't see the water, you know, that was the inbuilt rule for the game. You know, you couldn't go that far. So I had to do a lot of building out on the water and stuff, and I kind of developed a liking for it because it's a challenge to build out on the water to begin with. You know, to get everything down here, you have to fill everything in. You have to no sponges, Sponges are a late game, and there's no sponges in this world because those are all found inside the temples, and there aren't any temples. So you have to fill everything in. You have to build it all out. You don't, at this point early on in the game, you don't have any enchantments or anything. You don't have any diamond. You don't have any obsidian or anything. So you can't make enchantment tables. You just got to kind of do it and not drown. The trap doors are because of we're in hard mode. So that means if any mobs do get up here onto the land, they can open the doors. The reason I'm missing doors here is zombie piglins come through, and zombie piglins can open and close doors, but they can't get past the trap door, so they end up breaking the regular door. So I finally put like a barricade here to keep them from doing that. So I don't know how, and they've kind of calmed down from doing that now. So, but as you can see, there used to be doors here. There used to be a door there. I've had to replace those doors before, and so that's kind of the why. It's kind of a built-in thing. And everything else here is just regular furnace. That's my primary furnace. It's a single furnace system, so it's not that fast of a service, but it's furnace, but it's a long term. So this is all material. This is fuel. I made a blast furnace over here. Yeah, so yeah, you'll find mobs cannot open trapdoors, nor can they open gates. But I like to use trapdoors because on the upper trapdoor, mobs can't see through them. So if you open your door and there's a creeper outside your door, things can go bad. But if you've got a trap door down, creeper's outside the door, it can't see you even if you can see through it to him. I put bottom ones in because while that works for creepers, it does nothing for baby zombies. So one trap door on the bottom to block the baby zombies, also known as the Filza killers, and one trapdoor on the top to block creepers from detonating. Then if you don't have any baby zombies, you just open the bottom door, hit the creeper in the foot and kill it. Then you're good to go. So, and then I got the cat. Because I have enough. There's 6 beds and 6 villagers over there, enough to generate iron golems, but it's also enough to generate cats. So I get cats. So, and then the whole thing is like the expansion of stuff. There is sugarcane that grows out on the shore, so I was able to get sugarcane and make a source of paper. I was finally able to, I have food sources here and things to trade for them. So that's all that. So this is what is this? This is the smoker. So that's the smoker. That's the composter, and that's the blast furnace. I've managed to collect every available disc in that this game will allow, save for one. There's one music disc left that I have yet to collect. I finally did make it into the Nether, so I got my brewing station. Down below was my Nether wart, so I'm good to go for making potions. This just goes up to the roof. The roof, where I can stand and be master of all that I see. Anything else special here? Not really here. We kind of looked at, but that's just a monster catch out there. It's full of boats, and mobs spawn out there. And then they get in the boats, and then I go through and see if there's any zombie villagers out there. That is, of course, a small lava farm. That's where I get lava from. The dripstone points, as there's no dripstone caves, were next to impossible to get. But a couple of the trial chambers had rooms that were like, 15, 20 blocks deep, and the bottom is covered in dripstone points. So it's kind of a spike death room. So thanks to Thanks to the trial chambers, I was able to get drip point and I could make lava. Much easier than going out and harvesting it. So let's go on through. This is the start of my nether hub. Tonight we're going to be building out there. We're going to build a path out there. We're going to build a large room and with a good base in it, because we're going to try and open a nether portal near the triple spider spawner. And if I've aimed it right, it's going to end up in that hole. If I don't aim it right, it's going to end up there or someplace down here, which I hope not. I hope it ends right there. If not, then we'll have to reverse engineer it. But this is of course the one to our base. Originally, it was up there. So I kept trying to move it down to here, and it kept opening up in a different location. And finally, I came out here and opened it up, and this is the exact location that it's supposed to opening. Where it's supposed to open into the base. So in the meantime, this one opened up as a side effect. And it opened up down here in my trial chamber base. And the reason for this doors is to block zombie pigmen from getting out and disturbing my villagers. So that's why. If I had, so there's blockage overhead too. So, and the baby zombie pigmen can hop over this, so and open up the door. So, but you put that right there, and it's enough that it blocks them. So. This trial chamber, just lots of memories, because it was so frustrating to try and, you're not familiar with the trial chambers, but attached to the trial chamber was also a skeleton spawner, and I died. My favorite thing is to look at my statistics. Skeletons. I just killed. The 54 times that skeletons have killed me, most of them were right here, trying to get to that skeleton spawner and turn it off. The skeletons are nasty in hard mode. Their aiming's even better, and their damage, and they do more damage. So they're like the worst thing. So all of these are zombie villagers, which I cured and turned into librarians. Then I made a couple of priests. So I'm set up for more if I want them. But this is a trial chamber. As you can see, they did a lot with the tough. This is all tough. That material found down below with the deep slate. So this is all tough. This is what they've done with it now. This is copper. These are copper bulbs. You can build these. So these are new. That's tough. That's copper. So, of course, the traditional copper block and stuff, but you can make copper stairs now. Copper trapdoors. This is my favorite thing here, the copper grate. You saw a lot of this over in the base, but that's I like this stuff. This stuff is great. So there's lots of so that's what they did when they came out with this. Now with the new release, they're let's see if I can remember what they're putting out. They're putting out a copper version of the iron bars. What else is there? Trying to remember. I watched Pixel Riff's do a ranking video of his opinion on them. Oh, there's going to be a copper lantern. So there's a copper lantern. The copper lightning rod now oxidizes unless you wax it. So, there was something else. And then they made these copper golems. And what the copper golems kind of look like an allay, but in reverse. And what they do is when you spawn one, it spawns with a chest. So anything goes into that chest, they'll go in, they'll find it, they'll take it out, stacks of 16 at a time. And then they will go and check any other chest that's not one of their chests and see if there's some of the exact item in there. If there is, they'll put it in. So let's say, you've got a machine so they kind of work like sorters. They're a little slow, but they require far less redstone, is the way Pixel Riffs put it. And I agree, that's far less. That guy's just being a pain in the butt. I had to move his potion brewer over here because... Okay, good. He'll sell things again. All right. Don't know why. He wouldn't sync up to it right here. This guy would. He didn't have a problem. Yeah. So, these guys are touchy. But if we go through there, there's a whole bunch of other stuff of all sorts of mines and everything, but not going to get into that. But this is this is a trial chamber. I've really done some heavy modifications to it. So, built an an adjustable enchanting table. Yeah. No, the copper golem doesn't work like the iron golems. The copper golems is kind of think of it as a service drone. So they're shorter. They kind of got like a little copper antenna on top and stuff, and they kind of go around and do things. They put them out once as kind of an idea a few years in one of the mob votes, but it didn't get it. So, but now they've put it out. No guy, but no, they're not combat orientated, not like the iron golems. So all this is copper. So all this is, of course, copper. This is copper. Copper slabs. That's a common thing. You could make copper slabs back then. This is an adjustable enchanting table where you can retract the bookshelves and reduce down the level requirements of your enchantment table. Another sugarcane farm, pretty much from just making trading materials. For trading, trading with the librarians, trading with the priests, the clerics. That's the skeleton spawner. That's this is the mob farm. Produces arrows and bone meal. So what this one does is this goes through. This crafter here crafts the bones into bone meal, and then this crafter crafts the bone meal into bone blocks. More arrows. More arrows. More arrows than I know what to do with. So, quick tour around this. Nice thing, a trial chamber, what they'll do is they'll have little these little spawners. They're limited spawners. They don't spawn continuously like a dungeon spawner, but there it is. And they'll spawn different mobs. And when it's done, it'll turn off for a little bit, and it'll drop you out something reward. In this case, it dropped a trial key. And what the trial keys do is that there's treasure dispensers here, and you can use a key, but they're limited one treasure dispenser per person. I know that may sound cumbersome. Let me see if I can find one to show it off. Yeah, they'll be over, and we'll go this way. I don't need to go that way. Okay, here's one right here. So once I use this to get treasure, I can never use it again. But if we're here in a party, I could give you the key. And if you hadn't used this yet, you could use the key to get some treasure dispensed out. And they'll spit out things from pieces of the breeze to diamonds, copper, potions. Sometimes they'll spit out armor and weapons, sometimes magical. Yeah, it's kind of fun. And even in hard mode, I've been able to do them. But they have all sorts of things. This one here is skeletons. You can tell it's skeleton because it has the bone blocks. So if you imagine it, I came in from. As you can see, I've done a lot of work to like seal them up and turn them into little spawns. But when I came in, I came in from up here. This is all how they're set up. This is the way they're designed. Not this, of course, but I've taken some materials for myself. But I came in from up here. I was following the sound of zombies, and I broke into the zombie chamber, and I've kept it around. I like to think of it as a nightlight. It's like a lava lamp. So, and then I came in here, and then there's more. There's some up here and stuff. Now, these work differently than a dungeon spawner. The dungeon spawner, it works that when you get within 16 blocks of it, it'll activate and start spitting out its mobs. So spiders, zombies, skeletons, cave spiders in the case of cave spider spawners. These, on the other hand, work based off of line of sight. Each facet of that spawner is a sensor, and and if it can see you, it activates. It doesn't have to keep seeing you. Doesn't have to keep seeing you, but once it does, it activates and it keeps going. So that's a sensor. That's a sensor. That's a sensor. So if you come up in any of these directions and you get line of sight with this, it'll activate. Which is why this. Now I've tried. It's always a pain to do this. No, I do want that up. Okay. Okay, I used to be able to jump out of this. There we go. I tried using things like trapdoors to open and close or anything like that, something that might, you can use the cover and then open easily, but any blockage of the face will stop it from working. So the trapdoor, the edge of the trapdoor is enough to keep it from working. So you have to put blocks in and take them out. The next thing to do would be to build a redstone or the red sticky piston and then pull the block down. But that's a bit more complicated than I want to go for a simple. And what did it spit out? Oh, it spit us out some baked potatoes. We got baked potatoes. And one of the zombies dropped an iron ingot. So very nice of it. No. You can still... you still cannot relocate spawners. And this is a breeze spawner right here. This is the bad guy. This is the kind of a pain. See, that's what they do. Do not shoot arrows at them, because they can reflect the arrows back at you. That's one, and there's... But they can be killed. They're not as intimidating as they were made to be when they came out. Even before getting magic weapons and stuff, what I would usually do is I'll get one into a corner and keep wailing on it in the corner so that way it can't fly away and stuff. Yes, it does kind of look like a wither. So, but also, so it's also kind of operates like a blaze. Okay. And then the trial chambers will have like dispensers and trapdoors and everything because the breeze, which is what that's called. Is that right? Yeah, breeze. When its air blast hits something, it'll activate it. So like these things would be like loaded up with potions or fireballs or chicken eggs and snowballs, and if the breeze hits it, it'll dispense it. It'll start to it'll dispense one out just as you clicked it. And of course, this is how the copper bulbs work: is that when you turn them off, they stay off. You turn them on, they stay on. So the only way the light goes down is if they're not waxed, then they oxidize, and then the light level reduces. So that is an ominous. This is an ominous treasure spawner, and the way you do the ominous is that. All right, you have to backtrack here. They've changed how pillager raids on villages work. Used to be you'd kill a pillager captain and you would get the bad omen. If you go into the village while you have a bad omen, pillagers show up and raid the villager. Well, they've changed that now. What it is they've changed it to see if I have any here. There we go. These things, instead of pillager captains and some of the mobs will drop these bottles of bad omens. And if you drink one, then you get the bad omen and it turns the trial chamber into an ominous trial chamber. And the ominous trial chamber, things are a little bit harder and everything, but you get better rewards. And one of the better rewards is, of course, access to the better treasure spawner, because then a mob will drop not just a trial key, but an ominous trial key. And so the trial chambers can be they're modularly generated. Oh, that's just me digging out there into the world. Don't need to. I think I was hunting mobs or something in the walls, hunting the mobs in the walls. Oh, here's a, and of course, like any spawner, once you break it, it stops working. So, but I kept it there anyhow in case I ever invite friends over and they want to go through and get treasure off these things. But you can see there can be a lot of them. These are all treasure. So, and because this is my first one, I've already gone through and hit them all. And this whole complex. That's what the whole complex looks like underground. So they're kind of large. So there we go. This is one trial chamber. Kind of get an idea of the different floor levels there are. This is the room that had any place you see tough was open floor. So this is the place that had all the dripstones. All this was covered in dripstone point. Just waiting for someone to accidentally fall down through the cracks in the floor and get impaled. But so this is what it is. I mean, they're kind of cool. You get together with a group, you go in there. The other nifty thing about this is that the mob spawners will spawn mobs based off of how many people are in the group. So for me, I think when I'm on normal mode, they spawn 4. Hard mode, they spawn 5. Now, if someone else were to come in, they might spawn 6 to 7. Another person comes in, they might spawn 8, like that. So if you have like 4 or 5 people in here, that mob spawner could be putting out 10 and 12. And remember that all these mob spawners, like this and that and that and that, there's no closing on them. So all you have to do is like accidentally cross the line, trigger them off, and then they're spitting mobs out, which was, and they'll keep spitting the mobs out until they've spit out all the mobs. Then they'll turn off for a while. So there's a cooldown period, which is why I was having problems in getting killed so often with that other. Where'd it go? I'm lost again. Okay, yeah, not this way. This way. Yeah, we're going through this way. Because I was coming through here, and I kept getting skeletons. And what it is that, and I figured, okay, I've killed them all off. They've got like a 5-6 minute cooldown time. I'll try and get in here, and seal it up, cover up all the eyelets. So that way it is. And there's no light down. There's almost no light in here. It's very dark. And I'm like trying and I'm trying and I'm trying. And these skeletons just keep coming. And they're just like, I'm wave after wave. I'm like, how many skeleton spawners are there? Because I got up here. I love telling this story. So I got up here and I'm like, okay. And this wasn't a skeleton spawner though. This was a silverfish spawner. And I got over to this one and that's a zombie spawner. And I'm just like, what the hell? And, and then these skeletons with their bows are showing up and killing me again and again and again. And I finally get over here and I see that it's an actual skeleton dungeon spawner, which was just spitting out skeletons at me left, right, and center. And that's why I died nearly 50 times in here early on in my play on this game. Because this thing just kept spitting them out at me. Finally, I did a kamikaze run. I got up here, I ran in here, put the torch down to turn it off, and got killed again. So, but that's but yeah, that is the story of how this all how I got slaughtered 50 times. No, it did not want a hug. It did not want a hug. The zombies want hugs. The skeletons, they want to fill you full of arrows. That's all they do. They come up, they see you. They are all Ninja John Woo experts in shooting their bows. There's so, but yeah, so that was a lucky nether portal I had opened up over there. Because it actually takes me right down in here. Because normally I have to row around and then walk my way through the earth and stuff. And there's other things I've done. I've gone out and found other trial chambers and mines, and I've built some minecart lines out to them, so that way I can just roll out there and get to them, as opposed to having to run my way down. So it saves some time, but I'll skip that introduction for later. So, and the last thing I did is I managed to get up on the nether roof, and I built a hoglin farm, and that is finally where I got a continuous source of meat, pork primarily, and leather, because hoglins will, when they die, they drop pork and leather. And I'll show that one off because I like how that one looks. Dun, 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 dun. Bump, 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 bump. Pop that on in. Let's go. I had to survive off of rotten meat when I first started because there wasn't anything else to eat. No potatoes. It took me a while. Yeah, I mean, eventually I was able to get some bread going, but it didn't last long. I had to subsist off of rotten meat. I developed quite a taste for it, actually. So, and then one of my hobbies is repairing damaged nether portals, just to see where they'll take me. And then my new hobby was building a nether portal hub to link them all up. But I probably won't be building a rowboat ice thing to get me around. Primarily because ice is extremely, extremely rare. Very, very rare. Matter of fact, it's non-existent unless you buy it from the wandering trader. So every block of ice, every block of perma ice, and every block of blue ice is worth more than gold. I can get gold. It's in the earth. That's what it all looks like. The vines aren't climbable on these things, though. It's more like Spanish moss. No, because there is no ice enchantment. This is other than the mini hub and the and some filters I have installed. It's pretty much this is a vanilla game. There we go. And everything I've built and done here is just so I can survive. So, and there it is, the Hoglin farm. It produces a lot. Not a lot in leather. Well, I use a lot of leather, but a lot in pork. Which is why I got the butcher, so I can start selling my pork. So standard, thing. Hoglins spawn onto the platforms. They rush on in. There's something that attracts them over here. They don't like warped fungus, so they move away from it. They run in here. They fall into the soul campfires, and they burn up. And there's like 2 or 3 levels of it. And in order to activate it, you have to go all the way up there. All the way up to the top in order to get them to work. And I don't feel like going up there tonight, so. But, yeah. So this is a Hoglin farm. I have to put something above all this so these things stop growing up like that. I thought it was cool. Instead of ladders, I'll go ahead and use warped vines because it looks cool. And it does. It does look cool, but you end up... Well, it's a torture machine for the pigs. That's for sure. That's all, lit jack-o'-lanterns, so. And the buttons are just there to keep things from spawning, so. I guess I will go up. And that is the top of the world. Do I have my... I don't. I put it in my nether chest. I'm not going to... But down there someplace right now, there's tons of hoglins all spawning up and rushing into their doom. That is the top of the nether. The top of the nether roof. So. See, there they go. I think what it is that they're trying to pathfind to the material that's in the center there, which I think is crimson nether crimson nylium. That's what it is. So they want to go to the crimson nylium. So that's what they're pathfinding towards. I mean, if I wanted to produce more, I could. Let's see. Can't really see a lot more, but you can see there's a little bit more in there. So that was just a few moments. So you go up there for an hour, and this thing is like overfilling. And this is the catch-all for things that get missed. There we go. And that's that. And then this is in case of Enderman, because they will teleport up here. I don't really need to build a gold farm because I don't really have a lot of use for gold. Unless I want to use it as a building block. And that's just some of the features of my survival world. What we built. Did you see last night's stream? Where we built the triple cave spider spawner. XP farm. Can't remember. So, but that's what we're going to be working on tonight. Is we're going to be building a nether portal to link to that. It's going to link that branch off the nether portal hub there that we're going to build tonight. Let's see, what is it? It's almost midnight. Yeah, we'll get started on it. Be a couple hours. Is going to link up to that spider spawner. Fingers crossed. And okay, I'm going to be here for another 2 to 3 hours. Yeah. So I will be here. Oh. I need to rebuild my sea pickle farm sometime. Just because it looked nice. All right, let's see what we got here. Piece of iron. Zombie flesh. Some more baked potatoes. Not that many arrows. Wait, how many arrow packs do I have in here? None. I got rid of them all. Okay, what don't I need in here? I don't need... Leave all that in there. I just might use this for stuff, so... I'll take the flint out. Don't need the flint. Take the zombie flesh out. Take the slime balls out. Take the water bucket out. I'll just leave it in there for GP, I guess. I don't have any spare arrows in there. There we go. Okay. Put that over there. That in there. Put that there. Now we'll put those there for now. Those there for now. Hey, go get resources. Okay. Just mild ideas ruminating in the head. Oh. That'll hopefully be enough. Hopefully. Zing. Zang. Bum 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 bum. Welcome back. So... we're going to go start working on things. So what am I... Ow! 87.1. Okay. All right. Almost there. Almost there. Oh, hey. Cool. All right. That is a start. Come back over there. So I dig these doubly thick because, as everyone knows, ghasts spawn in lava lakes. And we want to build this thick so it's gas proof. So we're going to build this 2 layers thick, just using. I guess I could have just used regular. I should have just used regular deep slate. Oh well. So I'll do this one now while we're here. Not so much worried about it on this side, but maybe I should go back and just get regular deep slate, and do the other side in it. Do the rest, rest of the walkway out in deep slate. Oh, I've got a lot of quartz right now. I don't need it right at the moment. Yeah, now when I'm building these things, I'm building them first and foremost. Not that diorite is that defensible, but granite, the most hideous block in all the game. Oh, that's dirt. You get a pass because you're dirt. But I just do not like the color of granite. Put these here for the moment. I'm gonna go back and get us some deep slate. I haven't built much with quartz either in much of my time. So, but my mason does sell me quartz now, so I may, instead of wasting my quartz crystals and building quartz blocks out of them, as opposed to building redstone devices, I could just buy his and work with it. Do a few things with quartz, but let's see. That's all deep slate. Throw that out of there for the moment. That should be enough. I know where this is at if I need more. So just showing off the tough. So copper. All right, here we are. We can do a little retcon here. There we go. We'll put that there. Hop it down. Oh, those two did not get placed correctly. Deep slate is a faceable block, in case you are not aware. So depending on how you look at it when you're putting it down, depends on how it's going to mesh up with its pattern. If you want a nice even pattern, if you want a nice continuous pattern, then you've got to pay attention to what you are doing. See? Doesn't match because I'm doing a different facing. Or maybe it does. It's hard to say sometimes. Yeah, but if you like do it that way, or it's not really, it's put it like that. There we go. If you put it like that, then it turns the facing. So you have to there we go. Now I remember this. I built a lot of tunnels, and I had to go through and, like, if I wanted the natural deep slate to remain looking the way it did, I had to make sure to get it that way. And I couldn't remember exactly how. There's other blocks that have more of a turned face to them. Just make sure all this is I have to make sure I can get out of here. I can't get out. Yes, it's a torture block. It is a torture block. Oh. There we go. Okay. That's all nice. Well, we're going to have to put one there because we're going to be taking that out. There we go. I am going to do this, though, because I like the light. Well, this problem again. Is that about right? Okay, that's about right. All right, so we just have the other edges to do. All right. See, you can see there's lots of pattern mesh and mix up in here just for me just trying to put things in place. That works a little bit better. And I think sometimes I was like, I don't care. Just get it down. Get it in there. So we got our runway. We have to build our wall here so that way it's basically gas deterrent. I'm all out of. Okay, we'll throw that up into there. That down in, what's that? That's cobbled deep slate. Okay, we're going to throw that up there too. Cobbled, cobbled, cobbled. Oh yeah, no, they have a really big use. It's called killing you. It's called annoying you. It's called screwing up anything you try to build into the nether. It's a giant floating gas bag with little tentacles that spit fireballs at you. It's an environmental hazard. But now they've come out with a happy gas. You can, in certain places in the nether waste next to the giant skeleton remains, you can dig up a happy gas, take it back into the world with you, put it in water, and it will absorb the water and grow into a friendly gas. Then you can put like a saddle on it, and you can ride it and steer it. And you can have up to 4 people on it. So, and I think they like snowballs. So, if you can like look up Happy Gas on YouTube and just see different people, different people's takes on it. Okay. Okay, we are back with our cobbled deep slate. So I have a good amount of it. Oh, this is the bundle. Have you seen these yet? These also came out in earlier 121. It's, I think, one piece of leather and one or two pieces of string. And you can hold up to one stack of items distributed. I know that sounds kind of strange, so I'll try and explain it. So, okay, so here's a stack of 60. Maximum stack on this is 64. So I've already got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 items in there. So I must have some other items in here. There might be something in this other satchel, but actually, what is in that one? No, that's empty. That's weird. Let me see. 52, 53, 54, 56, 57, 58. That's interesting. It should hold up to 64 items. Oh yeah, shulker boxes are still around, but this is for people who haven't gotten there yet. Okay, let me pull everything out here. This is weird. This is supposed to hold up to 64. That in there. That in there. But I was trying to get this out, so I'm just going to go ahead and put this down. Put it over here. It's not in the way. So there you go. As you can see, it's full. It's got 64 items in it. Or you can stack grindstones up to 64, ender chest up to 64, crafting table up to 64. So that counts as an item. So there you go. Now you got 63 and 1. Well, there's another item. There's 62. So you see how that works? You can have up to anything that stacks up to 64 in any comparison, you can put into the bundle. Now, what you can't put... Now, you got to keep in mind is that not everything stacks up to 64. Some things stack up only to 16. And 16 is 1/4 of 64. So everything that has a stack value of 16 counts as 4 items. So like a stack of ender pearls only go up to 16. There's a couple other things I can't think off the top of my head. So when putting those into the bag, you got to remember that they're going to be taking up 4 slots. The purpose of the satchel bag is to fill up on stackable individual items and just kind of, so that way if you got a bunch of onesie, twosies, threesies, you throw them in, you clear up all your spaces here and you throw them into your satchel, which only takes 1 space. Now you have like 37 different items, but that took up like 8 spaces. Now you got 8 free spaces, and they're all stuff in here. So you've saved 7 spaces, which you can then do anything that's got a full stack to it. Now the one thing that doesn't work is non-stackable items count as its own full stack. So putting in tools and armor doesn't do any good. Potion empty bottles stack up to 64. Full potions, consider a full stack, takes up a full bundle. So they're not good for things that can't be stacked. Buckets, yes. Water buckets, no. 1 item. So there's no reason to throw anything into it. So you can't throw in, as you can see, multiple pieces here. We'll just throw all this back into here then. Let me see which one. Okay, good. I did that right. So that's it. And then the way to get through is you have to scroll through it. Now, if you put a lot of small items in here, it'll show you like the top 8 items. The last 8 items you put in there will be displayed. And if you have more in there, you kind of have to pull things out in order to find them. So that gets kind of annoying. No, there's no real way to get past that I can recall. But that's the bundle, and it's useful. It's very useful for inventory maintenance. So like I could bundle up a bunch of stuff here, like all this right here. I could bundle that, bundle that, bundle that, bundle that, bundle that, probably bundle that too. And maybe squeeze, as long as it adds up to 64. You drop that hole, it doesn't pop open. At least I don't think so. Let me test this out again. It's been a while, so yeah, it stays whole. There you go, and everything's inside of it. So everything here in this section right here, I'd probably, I would consider putting in for a bundle. If I wanted to bundle up and make some more room, this is probably more than 64 because you got 10, 11, and 13 here. Another 13 here, so you got what you got there 10, 20, 30, 40 right there, 50, 58, So it's usually good to have a couple of bundles, so then you can distribute things out. But you can get most of this into at least one bundle, and that takes care, that will free up all this space. So I'll probably put that in there, You go 6, 7, 10, 11, 13, 14, 19, 25, 32, 39, 47, 57 right there. That's 57. You can hold 7 more items. So you can probably like pull that off, put 13 into there, and that would give you all that. Because if you're going to have to split a stack, you're not really saving yourself anything. So then pull something smaller out, put something larger in there to take its place. So, and then you kind of balance out to your 64. And then of course you got your bigger thing. So if this is your normal inventory, then you've just freed all this space up right here into the space of one item. So that is the bundle tutorial. Primarily, it's also very good for carrying around your stackable. Ever since I got one of these things, I've been using them to carry around anything that's stackable for utility. It's very, very useful. So I can now carry around a lot of tools and just keep it packed up. So let's take a look and see what we're going to do over here. Do I want to use polished deep slate tiles? No, not deep slate walls. Chiseled deep slate. Yeah, let's do chiseled. Give me a stack of these. Give me a second stack. All right, we'll start this. Oh, we're going to start this off. Okay. We're going to do chiseled. Now I'm sitting there thinking, well, I should have done chiseled down in all the facings. Dug out these two bottom ones and put the chiseled face into there as well, so that way it just kind of glares out at the world. I might do that at a later date because we're not exactly over lava. I'll have to go there for now. And then once we dig through, then we will put more in. And then I'll have to get some iron bars, and we'll run iron bars through here, and then we'll do a little top off as well. Technically speaking, I don't need to do this side. So, I mean, I might just do a lower one just to have a nice runner. Like right about here. Because we're just going off in a Nethrak over there. And the other thing that's going to be spawning over here are Endermen. So we don't have to worry about pigmen and their bows or anything like that. So okay, that's a start. There we go. So let me go get some iron bars there. Not bad, only 13 left. That's full, that has some space. You can hold that. Put that there. Boom, 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 boom. 36, we'll put that one there too. No iron bars here. No iron bars here. And that means it's ender chest time. I didn't keep any stocked in here, so we're just going to have to make some fresh ones. There we go. Let's see how many does this take. And I'll figure out the rest. So that's 16, so we'll do 3 more stacks. 6, 12, 18. So 18, 48. Okay, that should 48 because that's 64. Well, I think I ran out, so maybe we're gonna need a few more, but or maybe not. Okay. That is the basics of what we need right there. So gas rises up. We'll put an overhead cover on it next. That's going to be the next step. We'll leave this open here for yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I started this one off over here, so I want this open. So okay, well, we'll just make it. We'll make it work. We will make it work. Okay, give me another stack. Give me that 36 too. Let me see what we're going to make. Do we have next to make in stairs? Cobbled, no. Brick, no. Deep tile, maybe. And polish. Let's go for polish. Do I have any polished stairs over here first? Sometimes I do. No. Okay. So we're just going to do 1 stack at a time. So where's that polished at? Okay. Give me dirt. I want dirt. Oh, my favorite thing to do. Yeah, that's why it's my favorite thing to do, because the stairs will just push you off. They'll just sit there and go, yeah, this is it. This is your last step. And it'll just slide you right on off into your doom. Your doom. All right. Okay, so there's that. Throw that up into there. Throw that up into there. Put that back up into there. All right, let's go ahead and play with this. I need to make some more. Excuse you. I'm building here. Yeah, go make more. I have plenty more iron where that came from. Plenty more. Plenty, plenty, plenty. Okay, fine. Stop there. I don't care. Yes, that's it. There we go. Really? That's all I needed? Oh. That'll do for now. That will do for now. We're probably going to end up making some more stuff, but... Okay, so we've gotten this far. Put you back in there. All right, now we need to go digging to our location. And our location is 87-1. As you can see, we're going to need to build more in here, so... Where are we at? We are now at 84. 85? Is that 86 now? 87. We're at 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. We're 1. Okay. This is approximately where we want to be. Approximately. Oh, damn. I'm out of tasty beverage. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off clearing all this out. down to there. We're going to take a little torch. There we go. All right. Okay, take this in that way. Come back out here. Now, yeah, that's what I kind of figured was going to happen. Just want to get a feel for this. I can rebuild this stuff so it doesn't set out like this. Ah, here we are. Let's put some of this back. Good as new, as if it never had happened. See? Nothing. Perfect. Can't even tell. All right, so let's go 3 more deep. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorry, trouble with Netherrack and enchanted picks. The enchanted picks just eat through this stuff like hot knife through butter. Okay. I'm full. Here, hold that. We need deep slate to go there. But we're going to open this up into a... I need another chest. I don't know if I have any spare chests left back there. So just so everyone knows, Rex, that'd be you, since you're everyone right now. I am aware that this is not a complete protection. The gas is going to come from that way, may go up overhead, and by that time I should be able to get into blocking view or have my bow ready and just shoot it from behind. So I actually haven't... I'm not out here enough to have any gas show up on me normally, but I'm pretty sure because I'm here now, the gas will show up. Because that's what they do. Okay, do I have any spare chests in here? Do I have any spare chests in here? I have tons of... Well, you know what? Home is not that far away. Barrels. I may just use barrels. Red bricks and feather. Why is there feathers in there? Creaking heart. Cool. Coral. I buy coral when I can because coral is not a replaceable resource. Doesn't grow, and if you take it out of the water, it dies. So I usually buy up a lot of coral so that way I don't have to ruin soul soil, soul sand. Netherrack. Okay, netherrack. There you go. I could do a nether brick floor. I usually don't do things in nether brick, and I don't need it that protective because nether brick. Because nether brick, because it's going to be inside there, so I can make another brick floor. But I still need another containment, and so we're going to go with a barrel. And while I'm at it, give me that. Give me those. Give me that. Give me those. Throw those in there. And as you can see, I've got a small collection of crystals right now. So there's your quartz pillar. There's your block of quartz. There's some deep slate diamonds, crane obsidian, regular obsidian. Anyhow, it's going back through. We'll do that here. Let's do that here. Give me that. There we go. Respawn anchor for the nether. Throw those up in there. If you put more in it, it explodes, and it's a powerful, powerful explosion. But you can die 4 times, and it will pull you back to this spot. That is a spawn anchor. I don't know when they came out with it, but that's what it is. This is a spawn anchor. So, oh yeah. Let me listen. I haven't activated one of these in a long while. What does it sound like? I'm not actually hearing anything. But you're hearing stuff, so you know it's making sound. There's Minecraft. Minecraft making sound? Yeah, Minecraft's. Listen to it over on the stream side. Are you just talking about when I put the glowstones in it, or that it's... Or are you talking about the sound it's making just normally ambiently? It whooshes. Portal whooshes too, so... Oh, that. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the sound of it charging up. So every time you put a glowstone in it, it charges up. But if you put too many glowstones into it, it explodes. And it explodes more powerful than TNT or charged creeper. So you have to be very, very careful when dealing with a respawn anchor. Very careful. All right, let's get some of these down here. Oh, that's fine. Okay. I want to give this place a lot of room for this portal to appear. Okay. All right. I'll just fix that later. I need to go in 2 more blocks that way. All right. Okay, our nether portal is going to center on this somehow. Let me think. So there's going to be one layer for the base. 1, 2, 3, and another layer. So we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Talking 5. So we're going to want to dig this up pretty high, assuming we didn't. So we're at 1. We're at 1, 2 right now, right? 3, 4, 5, 6. So I should probably take the floor down. This room is much bigger than it needs to be, but I want to make sure that there's nothing that goes on that makes the nether portal go, oh, I don't want to be here. Shh, don't tell the pigmen. They'll get very angry that I found that. Now I just got to go that way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And that's... Yeah, so yeah, if you... Hopefully you can get your Minecraft account back. It's got some pretty interesting stuff in it, it seems like. It's got some stuff in it that I don't think I'd like it if they change it, because they're talking about doing some really obnoxious things. I guess some people in the community complained that curing villagers 5 times was too powerful. And Mojang's like, oh, well, you poor player. I'm sorry you're getting so much power. Here, we'll nerf that for you. And so they're like, they made it just so that way you can only cure them once from being zombies, and therefore not get the very big bonus that you could normally get from doing that. So They haven't implemented it yet, I don't think, but I think it's in one of the snapshots in the trials. It's kind of annoying. And the other annoying thing that they want to do is they want to go, excuse me, do you mind? I'm building here. Why are you in my way? There we go. Is change, well, two things. One is they want to change how, like, weaponsmiths and armorers make their diamond armor. Right now, it's you know, they go, okay, you know, 25 emeralds to get a diamond sword, you know, with a minor enchantment on it, you know. That's it. Now what they want you to do is, in addition to playing the emerald cost for the same crappy enchantment, they want you to pay half the diamond cost. And my thoughts on this is like, well, if I can go down and just get diamonds and make my own thing, why would I even want to bother with these guys? The whole point is these guys are making me the diamond gear already, so that way I don't have to. That's the whole point of dealing with them. If I have to supply you with the materials, then, you know, I just won't. I'll just go get my own diamonds and I won't worry about it, because the enchantments that you get on the weapons and the armor is pretty low and basic. So that's another thing that they're talking about wanting to do. And then the third thing, which is the most annoying thing whatsoever. No, that's what they want to make it much more like other video games. You know, other like adventure video games. So they want to do that way. So you have to go out and, you know, get the materials, and then you bring the material to the crafter, and the crafter will craft him, you know, and put a small enchantment on it. You know, just like in other video games, you know, which of course, if we wanted that, we'd be out there playing those other video games. At least that's my opinion. And so, you know, that's just kind of the thing that they're. And then the third thing, dealing with villagers, because it's all based off of villager nerfing. Is they want to make the books for the villagers variable. Not all the books, just like certain specific types that everyone wants. So, like, if you wanted, you couldn't just go to any village and get a mending book. You would have to go to certain, you know, there's different village types per the biomes. So if you wanted, let's say, the mending book, I think you would have to go to a Tiaga village. And if you wanted a sharpness book, you would have to go to one of the villages out in the desert. And if you wanted an unbreakable mending book, then you would have to go to the villagers out in the jungles. And they say they're doing this, you know, to encourage exploration. You know, they're trying to find ways to make it more like, I don't know, more like other video games or stuff. I don't know, but it's just, it's not, I don't think it's a good thing. So far, it's still just in snapshot testing phase, but in my opinion, it's not something that is necessary. Because they don't want, it's like, and this is all Microsoft. It's primarily what Microsoft wants, and, you know, trying to find ways to drum up sales and bring in, new players, new buyers, I think is what it is. To make the game fresh and new and just like other video games that people want to play. I don't know. It's so I think I'm going to take this down another level and dig all this. Oh, that's a lot. Give me another chest. Give me another barrel, I mean. All right. Throw that in there. Throw all that in there. All right. Throw that back in there. Okay, so let's dig all this back up. Oh, yeah, that was silly of me to do this. Personally, I'm on some opinions. Like if you really, really, really want, part of my thing is the reason that they want to nerf the villager, because every time you cure a zombie villager, they become, impressed with, thankful, they remember it, and you constantly have lower prices. And when you get down to, how to go. So when you get down to curing them 5 times, the price is almost 1 emerald for whatever it is you want to buy. And then the complaint that I heard was that, well, after I've cured all of my villagers 5 times and I've gotten them down to as low as I can, I don't get a sales bonus from hero of the day for saving the villagers from a pillager raid. Because that's supposed to also give us a further discount, and I can't get my further discount because I've discounted everything already for as low as it can, and that just isn't good. That was the argument I heard for the proposed nerfing of the zombie killers, and I'm like, well, no one told you to go and nerf your villagers down that far. If you don't like it, don't nerf them down that far. What I think they should do is, some people actually want that, is that they should make it an optional environmental selection. Like you start off before you build your world, you can choose like certain things to adjust and change. That should be one of the things that you can adjust and change. So, it's like a radio button, and you can like put in like how many cures you want to allow to have and things like that. You make adjustments like this. Or if you want to do biome-specific village librarian books, then, that's something that should be toggled. If they're going to be making these... Oh, hello. If they're going to be making these changes, they should make them so that way people have the more flexibility, because Minecraft is in my opinion, is a very sandbox build. It's not a set game. It doesn't just have one way to play. It has multiple, and we know this from how everyone, just is all these mods and everything that they create. All these, everything that gets in there. And I think by constantly just making major changes that don't need to be made to begin with, doesn't improve the game. It just kind of disimproves the game. Takes away what makes Minecraft special. In my opinion, at least. And it is just that, my opinion, you know. Who am I? Who am I? Just an old man on the computer playing computer games. Instead of doing what other old men should be doing, like, I don't know, playing golf or something. Whatever it is old people do, they're supposed to do. All right. That should hopefully reinforce that. Okay. And then we're just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Huzzah! All right. Yeah, so it's hard to say what Mojang Microsoft, I don't know if it's Mosoft or Microjang, is listening to as far as voices are concerned. They listen to their player base, their customer base. Are they listening to, the very loud minority? You know, I think the biggest sign that that's kind of going on is when they did the mob vote, and supposedly there was a lot of the armadillo won, but a lot of people said that no one voted for the armadillo or something like that. It wasn't the yeah, because there's the armadillo, there's the penguin, and I can't remember what the third one was. But the armadillo supposedly won, and then people did a survey, and they're like, yeah, no, almost no one voted for the armadillo. Everyone voted for this instead. So they ended up bringing out 2 or 3 of the mobs. No, they don't. They don't. They don't. I mean, they interact with the the content creators. They acknowledge them, but no, the content creators really don't really have a lot of ear, because there's a lot of content creators out there that actually review things, review what Mojang's doing and what they're putting out, and they evaluate it, and they give review opinions on why and things like that. So IBX Toycat is one I can think of. He does a lot of that. So he talks about, this is what they're doing. Why are they doing this? Is this a good thing? These are all the pros and cons, that we can see. So I mean, they do listen if there's a loud enough voice, because but not always. They don't always follow it. One thing happens to be is well, the copper bulb. Copper bulb's is an example of that. The copper bulb used to be, I think, a 1 second. There was something about the timing of the copper bulb that the Redstone creators found, and the original copper bulb, when it came out, the Redstone creators found really, really useful because of the way timing works. And they found that the way it activated perfectly filled this hole for timing, allowing them to condense their redstone builds. Well, for some reason, Mojang decided to change the timer. It didn't break the game, didn't cause any problems, but they just decided to change the activation timing of it to something else that, thousands of other things already have like that. And a lot of, at that time, a lot of people, a lot of builders got angry about that. A lot of, there's your large content creators, but they didn't change it back. Yeah. Hi. How you doing tonight? Or this morning? Where are we at? We're at 4 a.m. Are you getting up for school, y'all, or you can't sleep? Do some more building in here later on. Okay. But this should be big enough and spacious enough. 5, 6, 7. All right, that should be enough. Even if it puts the first level right here, it'll still have space up above. Just woke up. Okay. Well, good morning, y'all. Good morning. %101%. A plus. A smiley face with a golden star. Those are usually the positive things I think about. Am I close? Boom. What? 20 out of 1. Yeah. Yeah. What type of math was it? You're supposed to be, you like math. Oh. Ooh, geometry. Ah, yeah. I suck so bad. Well, my trouble with geometry, trigonometry, is that I can't remember the theorems and the postulates. I can't remember the formulas. My brain does not work on that type of memorization or memorization or being able to get the basics and develop the functionality out of them. So I got really bad grades in geometry. I barely passed geometry in high school. 2 points. I passed by 2 points. But that was my senior year math class. I thought, hey, it's geometry. I love math. I'll do this. Boom. Failed miserably through the entire thing because I couldn't remember it all. Then went to college and it's like trigonometry. I took trigonometry 3 times to pass it. 3 different full classes. It was nasty. Could not remember. I had flashcards and everything. So yeah. How well did you remember the formulas? Because that's the important thing on geometry. You know, that's the whole thing about once you get up into the higher maths, geometry, trigonometry, calculus, and stuff. It's knowing the formulas and knowing how to implement them. So, not saying you're not smart and you're not good at math, but that's a big thing. You forgot. Well, then, yeah, that's the big stumbling block. That's what I hate about them is like the big things is like you have to memorize all these formulas. And if you're not good at memorizing, that's true. You did miss that too. They didn't give you any makeup work or take home work. While you were sick, you know, here, take this home so y'all can study all this while y'all is recuperating. So that way y'all doesn't, they didn't do that. Should be enough, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, that's enough. It's just wider over here because of the entryway. Okay. Ah, yeah. Balance. You gotta balance your 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 schoolwork with your other stuff. Oh, Rex, don't let the math chase you away. It won't we won't talk about it forever. But no, seriously, thanks for dropping in, Rex. Good to see you. Welcome once again to the Discord server. Thanks for voting on the poll. Hey, I'll see you around. Take care. Be well. So, yeah, so you got to focus. School first. I mean, the only thing I can think of is amount of time you put into working the Genshin accounts. You know what you're doing. I don't know what's going on, so I always have you know limited information, but really you need to raise your grade despite your math teacher. You need to. There's the gas. Sorry, I had talked that there'd be gas coming, and sure enough. But yeah, you need to raise your grade in spite of your math teacher's attitude, because keeping a low grade despite your math teacher doesn't serve you any good. It doesn't get you through anything. It doesn't advance you. So you need to work on your stuff. Despite and say, even though you're a horrible, nasty, terrible person, in other words for horrible and nasty, I passed your class. I did it despite your lack of help. I did it despite your attitude towards me or whatever it is they're doing. But you got to do it for yourself. You guys sit there and say, am I going to let this person put me down enough that I don't want to do my schoolwork? Or am I going to say, I'm watching my language here, of them, and do it anyhow, and just be proud that despite their whatever it is that they're doing, it didn't stop you from succeeding. And that is my strongest recommendation. Don't start the fight. Did she tell you what to call her? Did she sit there and say, I'm not a... I don't know what's wrong, what's going on with these people. And I can't form a great opinion because I'm not there. I don't have the experience of what's going on to make a proper judgment based off of, the evidence. So, but in general, okay, well, don't call her sir because then you're just going to start a fight and you're going to be going on. My strongest recommendation would be to just ask her what she wants, how she wants to be addressed. She's 70 something year old. Miss. Miss is usually a term for a young lady. I think that's one of the things. Ma'am. Ma'am is always a good one, for a more senior person, ma'am. You know, but I don't know what, if you know your Spanish, it's like the difference between senora and senorita. Senora is a time of respect for older woman of life, but without calling her an old woman. Senorita is for a young woman still in the prime and the blossom of her youth. A senorita. So that would be the thing. That would be my advice: is ask her how she would prefer to be addressed. So I'm going to grab a tasty beverage. I'll be right back. Then call her ma'am. Oh, and I believe, at least from my upbringing, ma'am is spelt like this: M-A apostrophe A-M. I don't know why, but that's the way I learned to spell it. But it's still there's a, if you want to get technical, there's a small pause, so it's not ma'am, it's ma'am. Yeah, I think it's short for madam. Is what I think it is. But madam used to be another term uh, of uh, of of addressment to someone of a higher station, higher authority, higher, someone of elevated status. Oh, okay, thanks. But madam also became known as the term for someone who runs a brothel. A woman who runs a brothel is the madam. So, but ma'am's still just a is an acceptable term. So yeah, just call her ma'am. Address her as ma'am. She's old school. So that's probably what she grew up with. Like mistress used to be a term, for someone the head of a household. Master and the mistress, but mistress also now means other things too. So not as strongly as master. Master can use other things too, but yeah, go with ma'am. Don't get angry at her. Don't let her get you angry. Just sit there and say sorry, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I think miss also doesn't have any doesn't connotate in any addressment of respect for their position and their experience and stuff. So there's lots of nuances that go in when addressing and speaking to people. There's a whole lot in there. It's really lost in this new millennium. But there's things like the difference between pardon me and excuse me, things like that. So but it's nuance. It's nuanced differences and not great gulfs of differences. So, but tasty beverage, tasty beverage. I will be right back. As I hope and I assume if you're back to school, you're feeling better at least. So take that as a plus. Hopefully, I'm hoping. I got my fingers crossed. Well, not yet. My fingers have empty containers. There we go. They're crossed now for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I had hoped if you were going back to school that you were. Um, so yeah, and it's just world is not being nice. Hold off on that for a second. I can't start up yet. I need to go speak with my mother before she heads to bed. So just waiting for her to free up. Are you staying back home from school again because of that? Or are they saying, well, you've been out, you don't have a doctor's note, so you got to come back to class anyhow, that sort of thing? Because that's the way they used to do it when I was in school. It's like, you can be out for a certain amount of time, but if you're out longer than that, you need a doctor's note. You need medical proof that you are sick. So, all right. Well, take measure of yourself. And if you do feel, make sure to speak to your father if you're not feeling physically capable of going to school. You know, is there any person who's going to know you're not feeling good as you? So, but yeah, for the teacher, don't start a don't start a fight with her. It's not worth it. She's not worth it. It's not worth spending your entire school year having aggravated problems with her. Um, yeah, well, I'm sure your father's speaking with the school about you being sick, and they're speaking to him about what conditions there are for staying out and coming back in. Oh, I guess my mom's going to be a bit. So, well, that opens up the whole can of worms of asking why he can't contact the school and getting into things that I don't know if I have a place for getting into, but just if you're feeling sick still, speak with your father about it and just tell him you're not physically up for going to school. You know, and then see what he says. If that is the case, if you're not feeling well enough to go back to school, speak to your father. Your father's there to take care of you. So, and I'm sure he will. So, but I try not to tread too heavily into this because this is a parent child school thing, and I'm not here to make waves. I'm just here to give you some advice and be your friendly online streaming old man giving support. So, not knowing what's going on out there, I don't really have a lot of strong advice for you on this. So, on the other hand, I do have an unnamed, unsponsored tasty beverage plug to do if you'd like it. Don't do that. Do not do that. No. Bad yaw. Bad. Put them away. Don't do that. That's bad. Stop that. Don't do that. Don't sniff glue. Don't sniff paint. Don't sniff chemicals. It's bad for you. Yes, it does kill brain cells. And it also can damage your respiratory system, too. Well, I just counted your why not, but you're probably hearing my reasons right now. But yes, it can harm your brain. Yes, it can harm your respiratory system. Yeah, well, don't do it. I'm urging you not to get into doing that. It's not good for you. I just can make things worse. So please don't do that. I will share, though, that when I was a kid, my mother bought me a set of big fat markers, and they were all fruit scented. It was the 70s. I had ones that were like grape scented, banana scented, apple scented, cherry scented, licorice scented. They didn't understand back then. Yeah, but really, overall, don't sniff it. I mean, back when I was a kid, they would sniff the toner sheets from making copies. Yeah, I mean, I think the point was that the markers would release an aroma while working, but not to be sniffed. It probably was not safe. If someone tried to make it today, it would probably not get made due to safety and health concerns. All right, that looks like that. All right. Oh, let's see what does this look like. Control L. Oh, it's red zeros everywhere. All right. Okay, what else did I put in here? Yeah, we'll take that with us. We'll take those with us. Take that, and that. Actually, we'll leave that, and that. We'll leave all that. We'll leave that. And we'll take this with us, though. Okay. Well, do the best that you can do. You know. That's that. I'm always going to advise you to and recommend that you do your best to excel do your best to take care of yourself, and do your best not to get sucked into um, peddly stuff like arguing with the teacher and stuff, or getting into that. So so. Do you believe you're going to do well? Are you going to do well for in the coding class? How's your code? Is your code doing well? Actually, this is where I want to go. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, I want to go back through. I want to go back. Let me back into the nether. I want to go there. It's nice. Yeah, give me these. Okay. Hey! Hey, this modern classes. When are they ever going to let you learn anything? Don't have to do anything while you have a substitute. Bah! Substitute should pick up where they left off and continue your education for the day. Now we go through. You! What are you doing in my house? That's where these guys just go anywhere they want to. That sounds like the poor choice in substitutes. Sounds like she's just there to be a babysitter. Not meaning you all are babies, but I don't know. I far outside my overall experience about the whats and the whys of their choices, and who am I, to know what to say. But I am going to give you another recommendation for tomorrow. Don't play video games. Use the computer class time to study up your geometry. Study up on the stuff that you missed. Study up on your formulas and your postulates. Study up on how, because the thing about this is at least in trigonometry, and the same principles applies in geometry from what I remember, is that there's base level formulas, and you combine these formulas together to create new formulas in order to help solve the problems that are presented. Like you have the base formula for the circle. Well, okay, if that will help you learn, then I would say use your computer time to do that. Remember what I said, you only get one shot at school. Only one shot to learn everything that they have to give you. One shot to, drink in as much knowledge and ability as you can. So I really say make the most of it. And it also Here we go. I'm being an old man now. It also helps you develop personal discipline, the discipline of studying, the discipline, the regimentation, the discipline of doing that, being able to focus in, staying on and doing that will help you as you progress in life. Because you're always going to need that discipline of focus, that discipline to be able to push things to the side and focus in on the stuff that you need to do, need to learn, need to achieve. So, if you can do that, it's going to help you far. It's not going to be the only thing that helps you, but it is a skill. It is a skill to learn and master. And that's it. That's me done being an old man giving you advice now. I'm just waiting for the sun to go down. Oh, it's only noon. Damn. Yes. Yes, do your math homework. Homework was annoying as heck to me. Only now that I'm an adult, I can look back and understand the purpose of homework. The purpose of homework is practice. No, you're going to do your math homework and you're not going to fail. You're going to figure it out and you're going to achieve it. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, when we had math homework, they would give us, math homework, and then you'd go to the back of the math book, and they'd have the answer for like all the even questions. But on like because all of our homework were inside of our books. No, but you do have markers. You have markers and paper. Just make it clean. Make it readable. I remember, well, at least these are for old markers, as I'm an old man. Don't let the marker pen sit too long on the paper because it bleeds out onto it. Oh, well. Are there anywhere in the house you can go find a pencil and do it? Then do it in marker. Now, are you doing it in the book or are you doing it in a separate sheet of paper? That's probably the next question I should ask. I mean, one of the reasons to do it in pencil is that way you can erase your answer, assuming it's the wrong answer, and retry it again. So if you have marker and paper, then you can do it on the marker and paper. And then when you get a pencil, transfer your answers over into pencil, especially if you have to do it in the book. All right, well. So, do you have blank sheets of paper? Because then what I would do is I would go ahead and do the homework on the put your work, do your work and answers on a blank piece of paper. Then when you get to school and you get your hands on a pencil, then transfer your answers over to the paper that has been given to you for math. I didn't bring a bed with me. Damn it. Okay, give me a second here. I need to put my earplug back in. I gotta make sure nothing's going to kill me. So you need to do it. That's the thing, is you need to do it. Not that it's not the need. You need to do it because you've been told you have to do it. You need to do it because you need to succeed in this. You need to overcome it for your personal, your own personal thing. Instead of letting this thing, you know, beat you, you need to beat it. And so that's for you, And there we go. Okay, let's go down. Double crap. I don't have a bed. I don't have my stone cutter. And I don't have an ender chest. So I left it all back there in the nether. I got a workbench. So, just start the first one. Use a blank piece of paper. Work it on the blank piece of paper. Once you get the first one done, try the next one. Just work it through. You hit one that stumps you hard, skip it. Go to the next one. This is just me urging you to do your homework. This is the great urging power of NoC. Just try a little. Just do a little. Do one. Do one. See how it turns out. See if your brain goes, "Oh, hey, I know this." And if not, then open up the book, go to the chapter that involves it, and look and say how they do it, because that's end up how I used to do all my math work, for all the good and little it did for me. Did better in college. Oh, hold on. I'll be back. I gotta talk to my mom. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I just. Well, okay, I'm going to give you one last piece of advice, y'all. Read over, if you haven't done it already, read over the homework now. So that way you at least got an idea of what it's asking you to do, and therefore you're not too sure. Then part of what you do in class is you can read up on the chapters that cover it, and you'll have some basic foreknowledge keep you going. So it's all about utilizing your time correctly. I guess let's go play with spiders until the sun rises. Then I gotta go back to the nether and get my ender chest and my stone cutter. There we go, Weaver's Doom. My brand new sword. Specifically for killing spiders. Ah, the first candidates are here. Hello. What is your name? Hello, what's your name? My name is Johnny Spider. And who's your friend? Well, this is my friend, Sammy Spider. All right, and Johnny and Sammy, welcome, welcome. You're our first contestants here on The Sword is Right. So, what do you hope to achieve here today, Johnny, Sammy? Well, we hope to achieve jumping on your face, biting, injecting venom in you, and then eating you. Sammy? Well, how about you, Sammy? You say anything? Sammy doesn't speak much. All right, well, thank you, Johnny. Johnny, so do you understand the rules of how we play our game? Rules? What rules? We don't need any rules. We're spiders. We're going to jump on your face, we're going to inject poison in it, and we're going to eat you. Oh, okay. Well, I guess if you don't want the rules, you don't have to know the rules, but... Okay, let's play. Are you ready to play? Yes, I'm ready to play. Get ready to eat spider venom. Okay, well, get ready to eat my magic sword. All right, and that's how we play our game. I'd like to thank Johnny and Sammy Spider and everyone else who showed up with them. All right, let's wait for our next contestant to show up on, The Sword is Always Right. Well, here we have our next contestants. Hello, how are you doing? Well, I'm doing all right. And who are you? I'm Benton Spider. All right, I see you've brought some other people with you. Yes, this is my family. This is my lovely wife, Leslie, our first son, Habert, and our daughter, Alyssa. All right, and who's everyone else? I don't know. They're riffraff that followed in with me. All right, so Benton, tell me, what do you hope to achieve today? Well, I hope to jump on your face, bite it, inject poison, and eat you. Oh, okay, that's very original. That's an original want. How about your wife? Oh, she doesn't speak much, but she wants the same as well. And your children? Well, my children actually want to go home and play video games, but they have to learn to eat. Oh, that's a shame. But I suppose if they're here, that means they willingly are here to play. Oh, yes, they are. Yes, they are. Can we just eat him, Daddy, and get back? I want to go play webbing waves. All right. All right. Okay. Well, this is how we play our game. Yeah. All right. Are there waifus in the game? No, there aren't any waifus. Well, that game sucks. It's got a gotcha system, does it? No, it doesn't. Well, what sort of game is this? Well, it's the game of life or death. Game of life or death. Oh, that sounds fun. How do you play it? Oh, how do we play it? We play it like this. Oh, look, I'm getting the bonus round. Sun's starting to come out. I need to wrap this up. Turn the lights back on. All right. Oh, there's a whole lot of you here to play today. Who wants to speak for the group? Oh, I want to speak for the group. Anyone else? No, I want to. All right. What can we do for you today? You can put your face in my fang so I may bite it, inject my venom, and then eat you. Okay, yes. Well, you know how we play our game. I don't care. I want to eat you. All right, well, thank you very much. What is your name? My name is... Yeah, that was a boring conversation. It wasn't going anyplace anyhow. Hi, welcome to the game. And who are you today? My name is Tilbert, and I am a cave spider. Yes, we know. I come from a very long line of cave spiders, and we're all very good at what we do. And what do you do, Tilbert? What do you do? We jump on people, stick our fangs into them, inject them with poison, and eat their faces. It's a very dignified job, I'd like to say. It's something that my family has been doing for generations upon generations. All right, thank you. I learned it from my... Yes, okay, well, I learned how to do this from my father. I remember when he took me out on my first hunting expedition. Yeah, okay. Thank you for sharing that conversation with us. Well, I already killed them in the same way that they get killed in Genshin Impact. You know, you hit them enough times, their hit points go down, they turn into dust, and then they come back after the reset. And you, sir, welcome to the game. I'm not a sir. All right, ma'am. I'm not a ma'am. Well, what are you? I am a spider, and I want you to kiss my butt. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I see we've already gone through the cream of the crop. Now we're getting the... Is there anyone else, in the studio audience we can have come down here, Well, what do you mean I've already killed most of the studio audience? That's all you can get for the show? We advertised for weeks. This is all that showed up. What you had to pay them to come? Well, hopefully you didn't promise to pay them until after the show was over. Hi, welcome to The Sword Is Always Right. I'm NoC. I'm your host for this evening. And who might you two be? Well, my name is Timmy. And this over here is the Lord of the Underspiders. Timmy and the Lord of the Underspiders, right? Timmy! No, it's not Timmy. It's Timmy! All right. Timmy and the Lord of the Underspiders. That's close enough. And what do you want to do? I want to Timmy! Okay, what do you want to do? Well, we want to finish forming our band. Here comes the rest of our bandmates. Then we want to go on tour, play lots of music. Now, we're all the band. Timmy's the vocals. We want to cut a few record deals. Lots of tour dates, make lots and lots of money, buy expensive houses, and then jump on your face, inject our fangs into it, fill you with poison, and then eat your face. Yes, yes, that's what we want to do. Timmy, what do you want to do? Timmy! All right. Well, this is the sword is always right, and this is how we play our game. Are you ready to play? Well, I'm not too sure. Does it involve the sword? Yes, it does. Oh, well, the sword's a musical instrument. Oh, that's okay. It's about the bandstand or something like that. Yes, exactly. Timmy, how about you? What do you want to play? Timmy! Okay, well, then let's play. All right. Victory for the sword. Stop smelling the markers. Oh. Wait, I need to go see where they're hanging up at. Which I think is, yeah, it's over here. It's just that the water's so low they can get up high enough and not get pushed. How about over here? Same thing. Anyone else? Now, see, this water is high enough that... Oh, it had the same thing. Plus, anyhow, there's only, what, 3 of you here? Yeah, it looks like 1. Oh, no, there's 2 of you there at least. There's 1. Either that or you're some sort of weird mutant. Or maybe there's 3 of you there. Yeah, I'm guessing there's 4 of you. Okay, but I'll have to think about how to fix that. All right, we're going to execute pathfinding break number 1. We're going to quit the title. And then we're going to go back in. That usually works, but not always. Here comes number 1. Hi, welcome to the show. Kiss my butt. Well, you don't have a butt, you're a spider. Kiss my abdomen. All right, that's more like it, yes. I said kiss it. Kiss my abdomen, you 2-legged freak. I'm going to have fun playing this game with you. That's right, here it is, coming right up, the best spider abdomen in the world, and give it a good kissing. Because afterwards I'm going to hop on you, stick my fangs in you, fill you full of poison, and eat your face. Hi, welcome to the show. Kiss my butt too. You don't have a butt. What? It's an abdomen. You have an abdomen. All right, kiss my abdomen then. What's an abdomen? It's a big thing at the back of your body. You mean my butt? It's not a butt, it's an abdomen. Learn your own anatomy for spider's sake. Well, does my butt look too big? It's not a butt, it's an abdomen. Well, does my abdomen look too big in these pants? You're not wearing pants. Yes, I am. They're just black. They look just like my skin and my chitinous outer exoskeleton. Hi, welcome to the show about kiss my abdomen. Oh, you got it right. Well, I was hearing the argument down there in the chimney. So yes, but you can kiss my abdomen, sir. Afterwards, we're going to eat your face. Do you know how we play this game? Yes. You open this up, you let us come out, bite you, fill you full of venom, and eat your face. No, that's not how we play the game. Oh, how do we play the game? Well, we play the game kind of like that. Got a lot of string. All right, where are you caught up at? I gotta go see. Yeah, you keep wanting to swim up. I don't think there's any other spiders this way. Aren't the other ones this way? All right, yeah, all right. Well, we're waiting for our last contestant. As we can see, the day has faded into night again because everyone's just taking their time. Oh, excuse me. How long do we have to wait for this last contestant, please? As long as they want to take. Really? No, no, I don't want to go swimming in there after him or her. Still sitting up there, still being trapped. All right, well, we're just going to leave you. Well, it is nighttime, so. Yeah. We'll try this one more time. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so he's still stuck down there in that one same spot. He is. And that takes care of all that. Wow. 7 string from 1 hit. That's pretty good. There we go. Still dealing with night. Yeah. All right. Oh, let's put the sword away. Sword performed excellent. That Bane of Arthropods 4 really knows how to kick butt. Okay. What can I make over here? Just polished deep slate. And then once I do polished, then I can do deep slate bricks. Once I do that, I can do deep slate tiles. And that's about it, deep slate tiles. Let's do deep slate tiles. Okay. We'll start off with that. Okay. Don't think I needed to go this way. Okay. See, we're looking at 697 by 12. We're talking about doing it right here. Okay. Frustration after frustration. I need to go back and get my gear. Bum bum. Well, yeah, I can imagine you're up really early. because you're sick. It's going to be better. That, of course, is just going to walk me off to oblivion, but yeah. I'll say... Nope, that was going to be the right spot for it. But... Yay! Okay, this is going to work out. Simple and effective. All right, let's come on back. Dum bum bum bum. Time is that? It's 2:30. I should be wrapping up soon too. And now I have to go back in the nether, get my gear, come back, activate that nether portal torch, that nether portal, and see where the hell it takes me. And hope that's going to take me where I want it to go. But it may not. So is it 5:30 in the morning for you? What time is your bus? 6? Something like that? Enderman's been here. Give me that one too while we're at it. Let's go finish this. Let's see, how well can I do this from this viewpoint? Look at that, I'm rowing without moving my arms. I am special. Oh, whoa. It's a slime chunk. Let's take a look. 3B? No, 3B. 3G. So, slimes appear over here, so that's a slime chunk. And slimes have appeared in there in the past. So, one of those is a slime chunk? Huh. Alright, here we go. Of course not. Why the hell? All the hell? Why down here? Why down there and not up here? Well, at least that part takes me back, but still. 696.5. $87. So why did it? Oh no, actually it's 696 and 697. $74. And then we're also at well, that would be 1. Yeah. Why not here? Why not here? See what this does. Cool, that worked. Cool, that worked. Cool, that worked. Cool, that worked. All right. We have our next nether portal. It's inside a big boxy room, but that's just that for now. We'll fix it up and make it look better later. Okay. We have some success here. We're doing well. We have roughed out the next attachment to our nether hub. We can now get to our spider spawner much easier, our triple. Far easier than getting to our double, even though I did happen to like running the rail lines to get all the way down there. But, you know, that's where we're at. Okay. Good. Now we can go home. That's right. It's lightning time. Ooh, all the way out there. Oh, that was disappointing. I wanted more lightning. Of course. Ask and you shall receive. Skeleton jockey. Or is that considered a spider jockey? Let's go see if any skeleton traps got set. Wrong doors. Oh. That's because my boat's all the way back there. Somebody else shooting me too? All right. I guess not. All right, so we're going to wrap it for tonight. Yeah, take care of yourself. Hope you hope your day goes better. Hope you feel better. You know, do well with your geometry. I'd like to thank Rex for dropping on in, joining in the stream. Thank anyone else who's part of the stream. Just didn't say anything. And I thank anyone who's going to watch, who may watch the stream later. So, and that's it. I've just got to do some tidying up on that net part of the Nether portal hub. So it's more building, but this is good. Got in, what was it? Oh, 4 hours of stream. Okay, I think so. 4.5 hours of stream. Okay. So, thank you very much for stopping in and watching this with me on YouTube, Twitch. There wasn't anyone over on Twitch. But if anyone watches the video later, thank you very much for watching. I greatly appreciate it. If you like the video over on YouTube, give it a like. If you would like to follow me or subscribe, I greatly appreciate that as well. I appreciate anyone who hangs out, because it's always nice to have company when doing this. So be well and take care. Have a good day. Have a good evening. I am NoC. This has been NoC is Gaming. I think we had, except for my own little scuffing of leaving behind some materials, this went fairly well. We've got our Nether portal set up and our Nether hub expanded. So we're going to go ahead and say goodnight to YouTube now. Good night,